Okie dokie, here we go. I'm gonna start soon. Be right back. Skip the intro. Okay, just go straight into it. Online, what are the races this week? It's Le Mans, Spa, Mustang. Copy. It's gonna be really cool. And there's also WEC experience at Fuji. Should one wanna try that? Wonder how fucked the bop is there. We can try. We can see the leaderboard so far here. GTE. Actually, Corvette at the top. Interesting. So it's not only Porsche domination. And then at Le Mans, I hear and I saw some weather happening. McLaren looks strong. So there is potentially some rain in quali. There is some rain in the race. Okay. Let's see how the Porsche is gonna be on the default setup. Yeah, let's do in practice. Well, I wanted to click 3, but I click 4. I don't think I have ever driven Le Mans. I think when the game came out, I like briefly tried how the track is in a hypercar, but it was a long time ago. Obviously, I know the track, but I don't know intricate details about it. So definitely gonna have to learn Porsche curves. What's the lines through there? And if this is rain, it's gonna be really fun. If I get the hang of it, I put together a quick track guide for people who want one. Let me get into the rig and let's get driving. Wait, what? Oh, I think I'm gonna have to restart my VR because it doesn't seem to be responding. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna have to restart my Oculus. So I'm gonna do a quick restart. Still 12 minutes of practice to go, so I guess we're gonna go into quality with absolutely no knowledge whatsoever. Amazing. How are we doing? Yeah, the 9. Well, I drove Sebring last time around, right? On the weekend, and yeah, the car was too slow on the straights, and the thing is, it just uses too much tires. Like the car's problem is not BOP because there's no way to bob the car because its performance is just so different from other cars. It's not necessarily about it being better or worse. It's way different across the board. So it's gonna be different for corners than other cars, different on the straights than other cars, different throughout the stint than other cars because it wears tires differently. So its quali pace is amazing, but its race pace is terrible. So how do you bob that? You can't really bob that because other cars are way closer together. So other cars have more so like characteristics, yet their sort of performance window is similar, right? While Porsche's performance window is completely different. And it varies depending on the situations way more. And it shouldn't. I mean, at the end of the day, the car races in an endurance championship for a reason and is made as a GT3 endurance car. It's not like Porsche uses twice as much tires as other cars in reality. It just has to be fixed. And I keep on yapping rather than actually restart the game. But aren't you all here for the yapping? Why don't I see anything in the headset? It's like not responding. Don't tell me that I again started the stream. This time around, I started the stream with everything prepped, but I didn't put the headset on my head, and now I'm seeing that it's not responding. Yeah, like the Porsche is difficult to drive, so like you said, now it's gonna be even difficult to use for call it normal drivers, right? For an average driver, it's gonna be still difficult to use in quali, and then in race pace is just graveyard. So that's it. That's just gonna be a very bad experience for everyone involved there. Okay, let's try again. Come on. Yay! It's responding. Sorry for the delay. Now I'm gonna launch LMU. And I'll also show you the mirror so you can see what I see. And I'm gonna get my chat on the screen while the game is launching. Chat in VR, right? So I can see you in the headset. So I'll try the Porsche. It is supposed to be wet. Let's see what BOP it's gonna have at Le Mans and what base setup it's gonna have at Le Mans, because it could be that here it's gonna be super high wing as well and it's just not usable. It could be that it's adjusted, because some cars got adjusted. Could be why McLaren is now on the top of the leaderboard, because it potentially got adjusted and now it has all the practice is full now. Damn it. With the Porsche, it's all about how it uses its tires across the board. The car yaws a ton, and it has to be slit to produce the grip and produce rotation, and at the same time has the engine that, with its inertia, produces produces a lot of rotation, and that rotation has to be controlled by the tires. So, like, don't get me wrong, the car inherently is a type of car that is set to work its tires heavier than other cars. So, I'm not saying that the Porsche should be a good car on its tires, but it cannot be that the car over a stint is not able to match performance of other cars in any way, shape, or form. It is supposed to require compromises. It is supposed to potentially be quicker in qualifying trim compared to a race trim. However, it should be possible at least to get it to work as it would work with other cars, right? Along other cars' performance. I did touch some hypercars when we drove at Spa a few weeks ago, and really enjoyed them. And maybe I can take out the hypercar for a spin at Fuji in an intermediate race. Please just don't crash now. Yay. 5-minute practice, amazing. And we have 7 degrees of wing on this. Fair enough. I don't know why I'm calculating fuel, but I'm just gonna go on the track. Ooh, hello? Yeah. Sorry. Coming through. There we go. So we were gonna have a wet track, no rain. Oh wait, I'm stupid because I went out on the track on slicks, didn't I? I did. Yeah, so at least we know that they don't work. Because I'm used to that, at least in ACC, when you join a session that's wet, the game defaults you to wet preset, at least, and wet tires. I used a very old Oculus CV1. All the specs for my setup should be in the description. I think a graphics card changed at some point to a 4090. I think it's also already included in there. If not, I'm gonna have to fix it again, but it should be. See what sort of speed we can get out of this baby. I just have stable 90. I think you should see my FPS because it's fixed in one place on the screen. So should there be any problem with FPS, you'll see it there, but it is relatively stable. I don't know if I would lose much with OBS or Oculus Mirror because I just set the game to medium to have decent overhead for streaming. So I just always have 19, no matter if I'm streaming or not, because it's in VR I have fixed frame rate. So there's that. But I find this game really good performance-wise so far. I didn't even check the speed that we had on the straight. So I should get at least one run for the S's in practice. LMU at some point. I keep hearing somewhere that in the future they might add proper wet lines, because right now the game looks stunning. If the road surface and the water on it would be detailed up a tiny bit more. That's too fast. That guy found out that it was too fast. And proper wet line being introduced, that would be really nice. Oh, those S's are gonna be working rear axle really hard. So we're gonna be at a disadvantage in the Porsche here. Whoa. Because the rear end is really loose. Because we have rear tire temps that are already going to 90 on wets. Which is not good, because those are wets. They are not supposed to be 90 degrees. We'll see. Mr. Simon is in the BMW. He's a very fast BMW driver. So we will get absolutely smoked. Never driven this track. Haven't seen any Porsche on the leaderboard, so nobody wants to touch the Porsche anymore in this game. Seems understandable. Guys, how's the volume? Because if there needs to be a volume needs to be reduced for car or me, I can adjust that. Okay, well the practice is showing me that it's dry, right? No, okay, it updated. 40% wetness. Sorry, qualifying is 5 minutes, so it should be an out lap and 1 lap. This looks sick with cars in the wet truck. Did I not change tires again? Yeah, the truck is getting wet. Time to think about slicks. Thank you for this information, crew chief. ACC just isn't what it used to be anymore compared to other sims on the market, because ACC kind of just stagnated with it not being an appealing sim to play anymore, because everything in the sim is already known, everything is maximized, setups are the same for more than a year already, physics have been left where they have been left. and it also has been. They also have been left at the point where they're not enjoyable. ACC physics are not really enjoyable in its current state because the tire model has been left with a big laziness in the tire in the middle, which makes it unengaging to drive. Well, it's unengaging to engage with those tires that are just so unresponsive in the center. So, look, I have so much hours in ACC and its peak era, let's so to say. It was a great sim for what it was, but it seems that right now LMU is kind of getting to be this really nice sim. And as much as LMU has long way to go, there's some work being done on it, and it's just new. It has that freshness. It has that oh, it's new and shiny thing factor, right? So it's just fun. I think that that's the word. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just fun. ACC could have been way more, but they never really made it what it could have been. And if you know LMU, let's say, if LMU stays in this state where it is right now, it's not gonna, because they're actively working on it. But it's not gonna improve massively. They're not gonna capitalize on the initial hype that's right now for the game, right? But they acknowledge that the interest is there, so they're gonna keep on working. While Tunos kinda just went with the flow, but it wasn't enough. Because there were some changes that were just needed to be done in that game, but never were made, and just content was added. The content that was highly requested and the content that was highly appreciated by everyone, but it wasn't necessarily the features that people wanted. It was just the content to make people pleased, but in the long run it just wouldn't work. So the question is now, is LMU gonna be the type of game that's gonna deliver us the not only the content but the features in the game in the long run? And it being in a state it is, considering it is only early access technically, is very impressive. Let's focus on this quali. Little track knowledge. Track is quite dark. The clouds rolled in. Okay, nice. Good to know that that is a cut. Let's try also not to crash. Really enjoying LMU for now. Let's see where it gets us. in rain. Is that gonna be giving me green? Yellow. No, it's green, okay. Okay, here we go. With 26 seconds to go, we start the quali lap. So if someone takes too long on the out lap and too... Oh fuck. And too long in the pits especially, then... Gonna try to drive smooth and not make any big mistakes, not over push. It's messy. Yeah, obviously, and WEC right now has quite... WEC right now is in a really good state. World Endurance Championship is doing really well, so there's interest in it. So people are also interested in a sim that covers that. Just as IMSA got popular in iRacing. Just a cool series. No idea how to take some of those corners, especially in the wet, so really just going off feeling. I mean, this is what you see. This is my Le Mans experience. Nothing more than this. Brake way too early, but it's better than not braking myself. Oh yeah. If someone's saying LMU is not an official game, the LMU is very much an official game. Gonna be sketchy in the race. Very messy, very all over the place. P5. ICC of BMWs, so clearly the BMW is the car to have. What is that? I'm just gonna be driving against BMWs. Oh, okay. It's like so is this BMW versus McLaren week? I'm not surprised I was that slow, because obviously I was extremely slow. Yeah, I do. You can sometimes even hear it from the microphone. This button that I'm pressing, that's usually the TC override. If it's happening at the exit and you don't see anything else that I'm doing with my... how long is gonna be the race? It's for 20 minutes, 4-minute lap. Can we squeeze in 5 laps? My brain is not braining. It's gonna be 5 laps, right? Wait, what? My brain is not braining, so I'm just gonna take 5 and a bit laps of fuel.
Formation lap has started.
Wrong button. That was also wrong button. Holy shit. Good way that in LMU I can... because I turned off the car. I have no idea what to use in the wet in the Porsche, so I'm just gonna use this. A bit lower than default, but somewhere in the middle, yeah. Not sitting exactly in the middle of the car because I just reset my VR position, but maybe okay, now it's better. Somewhat in the center. Okay, it's 60 kph through the last chicane. Fair enough. And they're already driving away. Nice. BMW being front engine, it will have also way more stability on the front. Look at them driving away. I'm sure I'm doing mistakes here. Let's see by how much they're gonna pull. Yeah, why not? Need to get experience in the game, but yeah. Don't talk about it. Nothing happened, nothing to see here. that's also an off track. I think now the problem is that also Porsche with lower wing behaves absolutely horribly. So BMW is fast on the straight, sure, but BMW just works with low downforce in the corners as well, while Porsche just doesn't. Sounds are really, yes, sounds in this game are really great. Actually, the off-board shots are amazing. So you see, just to be able to keep up on the straights with the BMWs, there's nothing in the corners for me. The car has no rear grip because of low rear wing, and it's very similar to ACC in that regard, that whenever you use any sort of lower wing with this car, it loses everything. It becomes so bad in the corners. I'm not even gonna attempt fighting it. And obviously tires are 94 degrees, because why not? So interestingly, on the top end I'm pulling compared to the Aston. crazy that the tires are so hot because... Oh, yeah, thank you. Because at Le Mans we're driving in a straight line. I mean, I should be constantly driving on the water that should be cooling down the tires. Sure, the rolling resistance there is at a very high speed, but it's a race tire that's designed to do this kind of stuff. I mean, you can see constantly how little rear grip there is in this car right now. I'm not able to carry the speed in any way. So they did a nice job that they adjusted the wing of the Porsche to match other cars' potential speed on the straights, but it just shows even more the problems with the Porsche behavior. It's not able in any way to produce the speed at this with this type of downforce generation. And in the corners, just losing massively. Yeah, well, it's mostly that I have to stabilize the car on front of the Porsche cars because it just auto spins basically. There's so little stability. See, those tires are overheated, they just don't want to work with me anymore because those are wet, that are 103 degrees. Sure, it's raining only like it's drizzling, but the truck is still wet. The wet tires should be only achieving those kind of temperatures if it would be drying track, and I would have to be actively looking for patches of water to cool it down. should be able to fend off the Aston. If I keep doing what I'm doing. I think BMW is potentially swapped ahead. Look how much confidence the guy in the Aston has to just push into the corner. I can't, because if I do, that rear end steps out and I have to control it the whole time. There's no grip. Oh my god, he is so much over speed right here. Oh, I clattered the curb just like him. Big mistake from him. Try to side draft him. Look at suddenly the speed he got. Okay, side draft worked. Hello. Yeah, doing good. Although suffering in terms of pace. In this car, but nothing we can do about it really now. Squared of those exits. Oh, the BMW did a big mistake because I cut it for 3 seconds. go into his side draft first. So, oh, sorry. So he slows me down first. Then I'll let him get away. Then I'll pick the side draft again, and let's see. Oh, fuck. Oh, but he did a mistake for the corner. Oh yeah, we are right now at 105 degrees on wets. But wet's operating temperature should be way lower than dry's, I would assume. That's usually how it is, so... Unless in LMU they're within similar range, but that would be weird. But you can see I step on the throttle and just full oversteer. Could dive me here. So at least over an Aston, I definitely have a straight line advantage. But BMWs that were fast just drove away early enough for me to not even be able to really determine if straight line. Either way, if there is a straight line advantage on the top end in this car over a BMW, it doesn't matter if the difference there is in corners. I have to park it there because there's otherwise I can't do a corner, man. So I'm sorry that you drive into me on the corner entry, but I'm genuinely not parking the car but I'm forced to buy the car because otherwise I have no grip. Cool race with the guy, a bit dirty on some occasions, but it was just touches on the straight. Yeah, sorry for the touches, but it's just touches. The BMW is crazy. Just before I quit, I want to quickly go into replay. Straight, what sort of speed am I doing? I'm doing 60, 72 going into the chicane. So the BMW is also doing 71. So maybe we're like 1 kph faster than the BMW into the chicane, but like we're matching BMW in the straight line and potentially have ever so slightly higher top end for overtaking purposes in the draft, but because of that we're losing so much in the corners that doesn't matter because we can't be within them in the first place. Okay, screw the results because this starts in 7 seconds. No, stupid LMU. No! Come on! Ah, this fucking bug. And it's already in progress. No! Oh, for fuck's sake. And I wanted to do that because I like Spa. I knew I should not have looked at that replay. They should add 5 minutes more buffer. They should move everything by 5 minutes. So rather than every race being by every 40 minutes, do it by every 45 minutes. And then it's perfect. Because right now there's just ever so slightly too little time. I mean, you can see the main times is just BMWs, there's Aston here, there's McLarens, and few Fords. Which is understandable because those are front-engine cars that have just huge stability and they are really good on their rear tires. So all the cars that are good on their rear tires and are not over using their rear tires are just gonna be good in this situation. And all the cars that use its rear tires quite heavily, if it's the Porsche, you have to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll, and there is no Porsche on the first page. And also bear in mind that potentially the conditions between the races are varied. So the first Porsche is on... no, wait. I already scrolled through myself. Oh, okay, so the first page ends on 100. The next page begins at the... Oh no, I am here, okay. 103. So... I don't think the car is 5 seconds off, don't get me wrong, but it is like 2.5 seconds off for sure, which is criminal. This is a very great example, this daily race, what is broken in a Porsche and how big of an effect it has on the car. Because it is quite an extreme situation, but it shouldn't be like that. Boys, what race are we doing next? Because we could try some other cars. Like I could try a BMW, but we already did a week of Bob tourism in a BMW at Monza. There are other interesting stuff like this. And let's see in GT3. Oh look, there's a Porsche at the top. That's interesting. I don't see any other Porsches. It's also potentially a less popular series, but let me first join practice, or maybe should I register? Or we could try a hypercar, which probably Ferrari is here extremely popular, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Do you want to see me suffer in a Ferrari hypercar, or do we go on the Porsche? Caddy? We drove Caddy on Spa, so I'm happy to take that OP Ferrari just because I'm not familiar with the Ferrari. You know what? Let's do something different. Why the hell not the Ferrari? Just for something different. Obviously 83 because Polska Górą. And let me learn how to drive this shit. Oh, come on, Ferrari is way too easy. I've never driven it, so I wanna try that. I have heard it's easy, but I'm not familiar with hypercars, so let's start easy and then we could try something else. Plus, just after a race of suffering in a car that's not fast, let's at least take a fast car and then know that all my lack of pace is gonna be there because of me, not the car. Yeah, Toyota's probably also good because it's also LMH. Yay! Joined this practice server. Success. Also, let me... I last try that. Maybe I could try putting more sharpness. For the stream purposes on the reshade. So let's try with more sharpness in the reshade. Is this series fixed? Probably, and this is with... Yeah, I should probably test with virtual energy, like that. Okay. Wait, did it put me in the end on those sweats, or... Oh, it just crashed my game. Thank you for this amazing crash. Now I'm gonna get even less practice. Okay. La. Come on. Put any tires. Yeah, maybe that's why it crashed. Like in ACF with that glitch when your tires pop, the entire physics engine explodes. It cannot comprehend what just happened. Okay, screw everything literally. Tires, fresh mediums, start driving. And yeah, brake migration full. I'm not gonna play with anything. This is my engine, this is my... No, sorry, this is regen. This is engine, this is TC, and this is nothing, this is brake bias. did drive a GT3 here, but this is so different. I don't know. What gears to use where, and what are the braking points. Finally getting some higher times. Now the car's responding. Okay, so now the question is, when's the race starting? What is the time? And before, I already missed another race because I was practicing for too long. Oh, it's gonna start in 3 minutes, isn't it? So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out fuel and quality as we go. Yeah, indeed. Event starts in 1 minute. Okie dokie. So after this race is done, and this race is no wait, this is a long race, so this is not an equivalent of this race. No, right. So after this race is done, which is lasts like 2 events, then the next event after this is gonna be a Mustang. Let's see. Oh, I think the guy who's in the practice session signed up as well. All the people that have platinum safety rating obviously are gonna be super fast. Learning experience as we go. I just don't. If you get used to VR, you just don't get motion sick. Plus, it depends per, like, some people just don't, some people just do, and people that don't, if you expose them to this kind of experience more, they'll get used to it. And obviously people that don't, just don't. Like, I guess my brain is able to, in a way, disconnect you know, the lack of motion to the motion I technically perceive. Okay, no auto clutch, now we know. Okay, how long is quali? 10 minutes. It's green, right? Yeah. Two already in the first lap. Jesus. difference is already super small. Damn, it took it so long to evaluate the lab. That was really poor lap. I mean, let's be honest, I should have done like somewhere around top 4, but it's first time trying this shit. I can't be asked to calculate the usage. Shame, because like those two tens that I would have had would shoot me straight away up here. Well, it's gonna make the race more interesting. But wait, it tells me. Oh, I'm stupid. I calculated for too little time. Does anyone know like what's the TC to like use in this car? Because I feel like the one that I was using was definitely hurting me in the slow corners, but then maybe like that. But then high speed was nice, but then slow corners was just like whenever it was kicking in too much, and rather than controlling the slip, it was just cutting off power at any cost and to prevent the slip from happening. I can't do here anything. And I dropped another position. But yeah, I should have been somewhere around the group. It's just that last lap I fucked up. Because I had tons of time in turn 4, but I committed into turn 4, like expecting it to maybe understeer ever so slightly, but the... I just screwed up. It's also the fact that, again, I had fuel in the car only for 5 laps rather than 6. The calculations here are so... Oh, now it shows me 19? What? Okay, we're gonna figure it out. I think the race is 28 laps. This is Fuji. We were at Le Mans earlier, but it was painful experience because front engine cars are... Well, the cars that are using less rear tires than a Porsche, which is every single car in the game, and I like to drive the Porsche, are just way superior in that scenario.
Formation lap has started.
Come on. Why would you do that? So unnecessary and dangerous. Okay. And now you're gonna be pushing me on the grass, so why not? Now the TC cut on low is just making it slide so much. I'm losing too much time behind Caddy. I need to catch up to that battle that there's with Toyota and the yellow feather. forgot this is multi-class. Fuck. Just have to take a big swing into that corner, which is not the line you're taking. The yellow Ferrari before is just running away now. He lost tons in traffic right now. Fighting. Same mistake as Cooley. God. Oh, why did it have to be the guy who was so lost at Fuji? Jesus. Strung in the middle of the track. Use that guy to do fun with being lost in. Okay, okay. Jesus, just when I want to get a cutback on the GT3, he decides to just leave an open apex. Fucking hell. What? Why was my car off? My car was just off, standing on the ground. I was so confused. What the fuck? I held the clutch in so it doesn't stall when it drops onto the ground, and it just dropped onto the ground. Stalled already. So it stalled me there. What a scam. I just need to buy the auto clutch for this game, I can't be asked. Also, the annoying thing is they need to fix that. When you have pit limiter enabled, your ref counter disappears. So you have no indication that your car is on or off. Nothing is there to tell you that you potentially just stalled. Shame, because I see that have been almost for podium. Hello? I know I moved brake bias a click to the back, but Jesus! So, caddy head needs to feel safe a lot. I don't know why that Ferrari took the line it took. It's like they wanted to defend from me, just open up the corner rather than tighten it up for himself. Did I actually break 50 meters per early? What the fuck? I'm pretty sure that caddy head is a lap short of fuel. I really don't feel confident right now. Worn tires with a hypercar. I don't fully understand how am I supposed to drive it on the exit with the slides? Am I supposed to force the slides, control the slides? I don't feel it. and somehow broke 50 meters too early. Whoa! What are you doing? It was interesting. Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot that I was on what map? I'm not gonna find it out anymore. Yeah, I forgot about that. It is what it is. If I would have caught that caddy, that would have been somehow P4. Okay. But yeah, I do not know how to do the fast laps. Okay. Before whatever happened last time happened, let's watch replays later, quit to the menu, sign up for the next event. I don't care, I don't care, I want to get back to online. Starts in 70 minutes, that's... What? So... Starts in 27 minutes. So if you do WEC experienced, it's like... You're right in between everything. I can't do other events now? Huh? So I would have to... So we're gonna have to either practice for Fjord. That also could be scheduled better, because like now I have to wait 16 minutes. Why the intermediate WEC experience race has to start at the same time as one of the daily races? If it could be somewhere in between, and then I could finish the WEC experience and go straight away into one of the daily races. and I wouldn't have to wait with the. And if I just missed a daily race, I also just missed the wake experience. So they have to space out those by 5 minutes more, and they have to offset the intermediate compared to the beginner. Okay, that was fun. So I actually do have the time to go into the replay, because I want to go into the replay and check out how P1 drives, because I'm just intrigued, if anything. Like, I know where I suck. I don't have yet answers, because in the race it's tough to just play around and figure out what's the fast way to drive. I never understand it. It's the same way in iRacing. Like, why is this, like, next forward? Like, in my brain, it just doesn't make sense. Like, why is next forward? What was the again? How do I show someone's timing in terms of what laps they were doing? There was a way, I swear. No, not that. Okay, should we try that again? Because you do know that I don't like the Mustang. And it does start in 20 minutes, so it gives me a bit of practice. And I could try the Toyota. So what are my splits? 4/10 in first sector. Not that bad middle because it's only 2/10, and only 3/10 in the last. Only. Actually, only because I would assume everything is in last sector, but it's actually first. You know what I don't like? That a simple escape button is never used in a menu. Like, why can't I just press escape and it would do the same as this? Just get me back to the previous menu. And that arrow is so small and you have to precisely press it. Unnecessary. Let me try Toyota just to see. But yeah, I completely forgot that I was on the wrong electric motor map. That's why I had problems with fuel. Also, before I forget, I'm just gonna put that on. to the Ferrari, I think. I like it more. When does the event actually start? Wait, when does the event actually start? Yeah, that's a great question. In 7 minutes. Okay, this is better. Okay, that's better to have it under this. Wait. Is there toggle? No, it's only previous and next. There's no toggle. Okay. Just gonna have to roll with it. It's underway. Join event. Okay, be right back. Yay! Game didn't crash. Absolute win. So should I go for like a 4 lap run plus 4 lap run? wonder what last lap would have been. Because I'm not gonna get to know. He's gonna swap to the next session before I cross the line. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll have in no like imaginary. Oh shit, Aiden is here. Mr. Aiden Bolzingham. I need to go and search for him on the YouTubes. No, not YouTubes, on Discords. Maybe we can chat. Is he here? No. Is he there? Also no. But I'll join that voice chat anyway. Also, watch me be again obliterated by a car on the next lap. I swear I saw that lap on one of the like faster league races, community races somewhere. Or maybe he's just gonna go be in the pits because I think too much time has passed. He should have done another lap. Unless he chose to take another tire set. Then my tire set. I'm gonna have fresh tire set. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Also, is chat dead? No, the chat is not dead. The chat is clearly working. So you guys are just being quiet. You're letting me focus. Thank you very much. So this is also a cold race. Because we have only 17 air temperature. Which is cool. Last time around we had a super hot race. Maybe that's why the car is like kind of slidey-ish. Because it's very cold, so it makes it feel even more slidey. So I think that Peugeot was last time around second on the grid. Yeah, nobody's taking the Porsche. Porsche is absolutely dead now. Porsche is dead. Yeah, I think everyone who was supposed to do their laps did their laps, and now we're just like, yeah, fair enough. Lads, we're just gonna chill with the tires to have fresh tires set for the next run, because I mean, even this one is not bad at all. It's 94 because I only did one run, 95, 96, 97. This tire gets a beating, so let's try to not abuse it too much in the race. This one's gonna be tough because two people behind me swapped. Like, I just got a very fast lap out of me, but I'm not consistent whatsoever. So those two are gonna be super fast, and I'm gonna be probably scared and trying to stay alive in front of P4, 5, 6. Aiden again improved the lap. I wonder if that's on the second set. That's 7 laps. Bam, there we go. The Peugeot went for another run. Yeah, let's hope the tires are not gonna bug out in any way. There we go. So people did go for another run. Maybe the second part of the qualifying is more gripped up, because those laps are infinitely better. than the laps they did in the first round. That's what I want to say. Yeah. I know that I am gonna struggle with that front end, so I'm just gonna have best set, and I know I'm not gonna probably be able to fight those people because they're super fast. And the GT3 pole is taken by an Aston. By quite a margin as well, half a second. What was my quali lap first time around? Did I improve entire second? No, I think earlier I did a low 24, right? I don't remember. Yeah, if the track gripped up, so be. I want my tire set. I don't want to be hot lapping. If I was aiming to go for one run only, then I could also go at the end. But obviously, if I completely fuck up the first run, if I do it at the end, that's it. If I do it at the beginning, then I can choose: do I stay or do I go for another, sacrificing the tire set? But you can see that Arda went indeed for another lap because he did 7 laps, or another run point intentionally, because he went for 7 laps. So. Full fuel, full fuel. Jesus, this car has a lot of anti-rubbers. 24.2, okay. So we have a half a second improvement. Hello. Ooh, okay. The guy just appeared and disappeared. And appeared again. Does that mean that I can now, like, right now go back to the garage and go back onto the track again? Or was it just a bug?
Formation lap has started.
Wait, was it Ferrari on pole or was it... Oh yeah, okay. crash behind. I'm driving like a donkey. Oh, we got stuck. The truck, mate. I mean, you can see straight away that I'm just being over. Mate. the guy ahead of doing? I don't understand. Just showed a bit of pace and now he's just dropping us. Behind the leader even more, we're making mistakes. And I'm trying to not apply pressure on him, but he keeps on doing mistakes. Damage on the rear because of the guy that died when someone behind me. just chill. Why is everyone in those races so aggressive? Huh? The red is gonna now dive on me. No space here, but he's gonna go for it anyway. I have to now avoid him. Now the yellow one obviously chooses to bump at him because now I'm gonna box in get boxed in behind the. Too messy. Those people are losing way too much time in the race, which isn't gonna be decided now. Well, I should not have made a mistake, but. Damage because of one of them. Struggling for pace. Maybe see that doesn't love this levels. What am I doing? GT3 line. So much time. Fast, okay. Catching P2, that's what matters. I don't want to fight this guy, but I know that this guy is gonna fight either way. There we go. Yeah, yeah. He's such a bad racer, you can see it when I was following both of them. He fights every single battle and he's rather losing time. Damage, tires, fuel, whatever. Please spin already. Oh, Karma is waiting so badly for him. Had a nice fight for a P2 and just can't let it go, and now he defends. Jesus fucking Christ. Why are we losing? What are we doing here? Are you parking it ahead of me? Are we losing time on purpose now? So immature. And Aiden is driving away because of all of that. It's crazy. Just spin already, Jesus! So annoying, because I know that even if I let him go, Fuji is such a track where every single corner could be an overtaking opportunity and he's gonna go for it. No matter if it's there, if it's not there. And now, whenever they were battling ahead of me, I was getting into a sort of flow. I thought I could capitalize somewhere, but then this all of it happened, even more damage, and now I don't know anymore what we're doing here. I should have hit it. I didn't know about the traffic coming this lap. Could have potentially jumped this guy because of it and we would be done with. At least we all have a great example of how you should not drive. Because he was fast in quali, he got to the position where he is right now, but you can see how much of a pace drop he is because he doesn't know how to control his tires, he doesn't know how to behave on the track, and another car just put us up. I don't care about reporting such a guy. I mean, what is it gonna change in my life or his life? I'm gonna proceed with my life, he's gonna proceed with his life. I don't really care that he's a dumbass. It doesn't really affect me. It's a daily race. Get fucked. Look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. What for? Slot in behind, dumbass. Crazy that Aiden is in the lead of the reserves right now. So much shit happening. Okay, P2 guy is fastest for sure. Fuck's sake. I did a little mistake, right? But no matter if I would make a mistake or didn't, he still went for it. Why? What for? They're fighting. Let's catch up to them. Why not catch up to them when they're fighting, but fight amongst ourselves? So fucking retarded. I'm getting so annoyed to the point where I made a very stupid mistake myself. Another hit on the back. Oh, okay, that's how we play? Return the position? Are you kidding me? I have to return him that position? What a stupid game. I really start not liking this race. It's getting into me. Again, got overtaken in a situation where I easily had a position, but I just got bullied by over-aggressive again. How? What are you doing? What did that red Ferrari right to do just there? I'm taking, yeah, spin, karma. There's a GT3 there. We can't go free wide through that corner with a GT3. He forces a free wide with a GT3 for us. What? The level of, like, just thinking for people in this daily race is absolutely crazy. reason I don't have fuel because it's going to start something like that. I wonder how much damage is costing me right now, because surely the car just cannot perform at the level good without it. I always get them in the corners. And why is that GT3 trying to fight me? Like, slotting behind. It's always the same. Yes, the GT3 on the straight. Celebration. Yes, he spun. Karma really is real. Is my car using also more energy because it has more drag and damage? Why am I doing such extreme fuel saving and that Peugeot behind just has more energy? Well, I have to lift because I ran out of energy. Why was the car using so much? Is it because of damage? Now it's 0, so it literally one double throttle more and it would have... Why was the car using so much energy? Why are you flashing me? Fuck off! That was horrible experience. There was some brief periods of time when I genuinely enjoyed driving, but then the fighting and the bullying was crazy. What is this guy doing? Why is there so much? Crashing that I'm hearing. What is this attempt? Like, huh? He's side by side with this guy, and his attempt is like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna go for a leader. Why not? And he has no right to that apex. Yeah, if I go for that apex, there's like he was so far behind, it doesn't really matter, and he didn't get ahead of me at any point. And then he's pushing me here. Why? What for? What the fuck? Here I have no fucking idea how he didn't get like an illegal overtake of track. Just like I got when I got myself good right. This because this shouldn't be legal. I think that was past the limit. So it's good in terms of how it committed for it. Fair enough, but. Fighting, and then this shit happens. But I already have damage. I remember being hit by a yellow car in a weird situation like this. Yeah, because there was a yellow car that hit me. What the fuck is that? Why are people in LMU like that? This guy just uses me as a brake. Huh? It's like, oh, I want to get ahead of the red one, so what I'm gonna do is just release the brake and push the car in front of me. Why are people in this sim like that? What the fuck? Now Aiden goes for a move. No, that wasn't Aiden. How am I tuning in? Well, I'm just discovering that there are a lot of people in this that have so zero rate racecraft, and hey, Mikoy, that was good race. That was good race from you. Here I hit that moment where I was like, what the fuck? Why did the car just understeer? And here I was again on the receiving end of just being on the wrong side and with a GT3, so I decided to leave them space, cut back. Fortunately, get ahead of this guy. Here didn't make a mistake. Mikoy, since you're here, I'm gonna ask, because you were really fast. What, like, in LMU, do you guys change those anti-roll bars in the cars from default, or are we just doing default basically? Oh, fuck's sake. Cause I don't know how to fix certain issues that I don't like in the car, but I also don't know if it's really even a good place to do stuff like that. I somehow gained safety rating in that race. Let me see what other daily races are there. I want to try that. Aiden, this is so crazy. I got bullied everywhere. I mean, you had the pace, but like, yeah, exactly. BTC drivers, like, no respect for anyone whatsoever. Gabe Livery. Hello. Oh, I need to scroll. Okay. Like, I was so pissed because I was like, oh, I have decent pace. All those people are fast. I just want to get in the train and drive, and I just couldn't drive in the train because those people were just, nah, you know, fuck it. Every single corner, I'm gonna dive bomb you. There was that Spanish guy who was like, he was fighting everyone. He was sliding the car so much. I have no idea how he was still fast with all of this. I got so much damage from just attempting to stay behind him, because even driving behind him, he's like gonna defend and lose us time. And then the other guy behind him, he gets obviously annoyed that we're losing time, so he's gonna attempt overtaking me. And even if when I try to leave him space, he's just gonna go for a bump and push me off the track. And then he pushes me off the track, I get, oh, return that position. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's the same, Aiden. You got really lucky how many positions you gained, though. But, like, the standards in that race was crazy. Softest front one, okay. Okay, it's Spa. Qualifying is 6 minutes. And so that's 3 Spa laps. Can I start the 4th one like that? I don't know. Okay, it doesn't really matter, does it? Okay. Are you detaching rear as well? Or you leave rear at the stock? Oh yeah, cold brakes, nice. Okay, so we're just doing quali without any sort of prep. I don't know, I think this is fixed setup. Okay. Oh, fuck, drove into the wall. sorry, I don't understand the question. How do I change the eye to stream? I assume it's a VR question. Well, I'm trying to understand what the guy is trying to say. Well, I'm streaming from Oculus Mirror, and like you can set whatever the hell you want there. Forgive me that I suck. I'm gonna suck in the qualifying because we did no prep. But this is easy flats. I can already see how people are gonna still spin there. Why is it purple middle sector? not purple milliseconds. Someone finally improved. Well, yeah, I changed it. Like, you click setting, left eye. Or right eye. I put it on the right eye because the speedometer is on the right, and yeah, and that's it. Well, 3 turns off on the first try, front row. I'll take it. But I indeed agree that we can lower that to up that to 80 kilos, lower that a click or two, and how many laps is gonna be the no. The race is 20 minutes. That's gonna give us are we gonna exceed 10 laps? What was the lap again? I forgot what was the lap time. It was 8 seconds or 5 seconds? No, nevertheless, it's gonna be 10 laps. Okay, fine. So, yeah, okay. So it's easy 10 minutes. Is it easy 10 laps then? Too easy? I don't think so. I mean, this is just a daily race. Plus it's Spa, so Spa is easy to pick up for me because I have a lot of track knowledge here. While at Fuji, it's like I'm constantly trying different stuff and never. Oh shit! I need to press drive. And never. I'm never fully aware of if what I'm doing is correct. While here, even when I am doing something wrong, I can straight away pick up. Oh, you know what? I think that other thing is gonna work. I just have so much more track knowledge here. That even after briefly, plus I would assume this is a more difficult combo and also for people with less experience. The other one was intermediate race, and people with hypercars just know what they're doing a lot more than. Transition was so bad because I could have had the outside there. Bye bye. Now we're zooming. I have to see over it. Why is the entry there so bumpy? Jesus. Oh, come on! Why did you crash into me when I was not even on the apex? Yeah, I can RTG at this point. I'm not on the apex. What? Why did you drive? What luck can you have? What the fuck? There's apex there. For fuck's sake. And at this point the tires were so hot, I just auto spun again. Oh my fucking god. Ah, it was just grass expedition. So at this point I just wanted to loop it again and go behind him, so like literally just do a cutback, and he decided to drive into a car that's not on the race line, just straight into it. Fuck's sake. No luck whatsoever. Jesus. This is so annoying that, like, if I want to practice now for this, I have to pay subscription. It's a freaking daily race. What I want to test is that hypercar, but with a zero. Oh, that's Bahrain. Where's Fuji? I want to test that roll bar on the front zero. This also doesn't make sense whatsoever. Like, lower, but it gives me higher number. Like, decrease, increase. Like, it makes sense. But it's the other way around in this game. Doesn't matter. Wait, why do I have to click through so many stuff? Is this setup, is this default setup like different, or maybe the in-game default is CDA set? No, because it's 10, 8, 10 here. This seems awfully inconsistent. So maybe the fixed setup for daily races is different than this default set. Probably also higher grip in terms of track grip, because I have so much more grip straight away after the blanket. So. one lap for science, but this is completely different than multiplayer. Anyways, that fast ping that she developed. Yeah, I'm not really interested in that, and for work experience I would have to wait like forever, so we're gonna end it here, boys. Yeah, not good result. Well, I DNF'd because I spun, but like in a normal world I would just spin, correct the car, and drive behind P2 guy, potentially still fighting for the race with more worn rear tires because of the spin. But the guy just drove into me. You can rewind, it's quite funny. Like I'm standing not in the middle of the track, I'm standing on the outside of turn 1, and he just drives into me standing on the outside of turn 1. Rather, it's like, what luck can you get? But I can't get over it how fucking messy that race for like that second race in WEC experience was. Like, people were fighting so hard, it was so bad. Doesn't matter. Maybe tomorrow, if I feel like it, I can try again, get more out of that Ferrari, just to learn how to drive a hypercar in this game, because GT3s I like, and MP2, it's interesting, it's weird, but I sort of understand how that car works. But hypercars, they kind of feel dead in the force feedback, and I don't really know, and I don't understand what's happening and how to drive them, what TC settings to use and so on. So that's all for the next time, though. Thank you very much for watching, boys, and yeah, see you next time. Where's OBS now? There's OBS. Good night. Dobranoc.